Today we are playing Crashing Footfalls, also known as Rhinos. This is the domain version, originally by Fyodor Sasha, and this deck really evolves around Crashing Footfalls, which you can only suspend. Costs 1 green mana, takes 4 upkeeps before you can finally cast it, but you do get to create 2 4/4 green Rhino tokens with trample. You could suspend this turn 1, that's a valid play. If you have it in your hand turn 1, that's typically a good play. However, you want to cascade into Crashing Footfalls using Shardless Agent. This deck is built that you always hit Crashing Footfalls, so you only play spells that have mana value 3 or more. So whenever you cast Shardless Agent and you trigger Cascade, it will always cascade into Crashing Footfalls. Similarly for Ardent Plea, which is your second Cascade enabler, slightly worse than Shardless Agent because it doesn't give you a 2/2 body, but these 8 cards allow you to cascade into Crashing Footfalls and get your 2 4/4 Rhino tokens in play. Before you get there, you try to protect your combo using cards like Fire, Ice. On the play, you would typically try to tap one of your opponent's lands. You also get to draw a card. So you basically try to slow down your opponent this way. Fire is also valid. It's a good play against creature decks because you can deal 2 damage, divide it as you choose. So you can, for example, kill a Ragavan and a Bowmasters or any other creature that has 2 or 1 defense. Force of Negation is there also again to protect the cards that you play. Dead and Gone is to deal with some creatures, and you can also bounce creatures in case you have to. There's 3 Lorien revealed, which mostly acts as a tap land with the Island Cycle ability. Then there's 2 Brotherhood's End, which deals with creatures and planeswalkers or artifacts. There's 2 main board, there's also 1 in the side. There's 4 Subtlety. You can again use this to slow down your opponent. If they play a frog turn 2, you can possibly cast a Subtlety by pitching another blue card and slow them down that way. There's 2 Flages. This is just a good card. Once you filled your graveyard with all these spells, you can possibly escape Flage. Then you have Brazen Borrower, a 1-off. This allows you to bounce, and it's a 3/1 flyer at some point in the game. There's also one of the best removal spells in Modern, Leyline Binding. This will only cost a single white mana if you have if you have all basic land types in play. The way to get there is by using these Triome lands. There's 2 of them, Xander's Lounge and others, actually one of them. Alright, so this list only plays a single Triome land. But it's relatively easy to get full domain by turn 2, and then Leyline Binding is online. Then sideboard-wise, there's 1 Brotherhood's End. There's 3 Clarion Conqueror. This card is great. It hits many different things. It stops your opponent from activating artifacts, activated abilities on artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers. So it's an all-around great hate card against many different decks. There's 4 Endurances. This deals with graveyard decks mostly. 2 Force of Figures that deals with artifacts and enchantments. Could be cast for free if you have a green card to pitch to it. There's 2 Mystical Dispute, again to deal with control decks. 2 Obsidian Charma, this mostly deals with Tron decks or Eldrazi decks. At some point you could cast this for 2 red mana. Then you have a 4/4 flyer and you get to destroy one of their non-basic lands. There's also 1 Rough and Tumble to deal with energy decks mostly, or affinity decks, because it can deal 2 damage to each creature without flying. You're bound to playing spells with mana value 3 or more, hence you play Rough Tumble and not Pyroclasm, for example. Otherwise you would possibly cascade into Pyroclasm if you board it in. Alright, please like and subscribe. It's much appreciated, and I'll see you during the games. We are on the play. We have a 1-lander, we do have a Lorien revealed. We have a Crashing Footfalls. Not sure if this hand would cut it, let's mulligan. Ideally we have 2 lands in hand. Lorien revealed is a tap land, basically. But this hand doesn't do much until turn 3, possibly. This hand is better. Could fetch our Triome, Leyline Binding up. Let's bottom a Subtlety, keep this. So we have at least 3 mana available. Opponent plays an Arid Mesa. Passes the turn, okay. We draw another land. Let's play our Arid Mesa. Pass the turn. Opponent surveils. Keeps the card on top, alright. Shocks in a Sacred Foundry and casts a Reckless Impulse, sure. So it seems like we're up against Storm. Let's get our Triome here. Or we could actually go Lush Portico and get our Triome. Turn 2, that's better. Leyline Binding is good. Let's draw that. Okay, play your Arid Mesa and just pass. Opponent plays a Sunbaked Canyon. Cast a Pyretic Ritual. And there's the Rel. Let's get our Triome. So we have Domain now. Rel resolves. And we will flash in the Leyline Binding. There's a Desperate Ritual. We will just flash in the Leyline Binding. Maybe we should have waited until Rel flips. Don't know how many instants our opponent has in their hand. Okay, Rel is gone. Opponent takes another hit off the Rel. They do have a Desperate Ritual, 6 mana available. There's a Glimpse. Sure. Could cast a card off their Glimpse. They cast a Reckless Impulse. Still 1 mana available, 1 card in hand. Pass the turn and they get 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens. Alright, we find a Crashing Footfalls. We could go Ardent Plea. That is probably best. There we go. Cast the Crashing Footfalls. And pass the turn. We'll just keep passing priority since we cannot really cast anything. Opponent surveils and casts a Ren's Resolve. There's a Ruby Medallion. Opponent does their storm thing. And they pass the turn, alright. Find a Force of Negation that we cannot cast, hard cast at least. So let's suspend the Crashing Footfalls here. Probably will never come off suspend. We'll play our Sacred Foundry tapped. And we will flash in a Leyline Binding. Maybe we should have done this under upkeep. So we would have a Force of Negation up. Anyway, we will attack for 8. Opponent surveils. 1 card in hand. Not sure if they can combo off here. They sack their Sunbaked Canyon. Cast their Desperate Ritual. Let's just force that and that would be game. Yep. Opponent concedes. So we're up against Storm. Endurance might be good. Force of Figures are good. Brotherhood's End is a bit too slow maybe. We will get rid of the Dead and Gones. Fire Ice is not that good on the play, but Flayed should go, I think. It's just too slow. 2 Fire Ice. Do we want a Clarion Conqueror against a Ral? Probably not. Ral and Eldrazi spawn tokens. Subtlety is also not that great, maybe. Could buy us a turn if we go after a Ral. Let's run it like this. We have a 1-lander, we do have 2 forces, 2 endurance. Don't think we can keep this really, fortunately. Leyline Binding is a bit of a dead card if we cannot get Domain. This hand is better. And let's get rid of 1 Fire Ice. Keep this. Don't have enough mana, or Don't have green mana for endurance, the second green pip. But we might be able to surveil into that. Let's go with Thundering Falls. Lush Portico, that's another green source. So let's keep that. We might have to pitch our endurance to force a figure anyway. But surveilling again might be good. Opponent is stuck on a one lander. That's a bummer. Could have iced their land actually, that might have been a better play. That is probably a punt. Strike it rich. Sure. So I think we should just ice their mountain. Probably play the steam fence tapped. Find another force of negation, okay. Opponent didn't find their second land yet. We could get domain now, could have a force of negation up, could go endurance. I think we should pass with force up and then just get our triome of the Arid Mesa. Opponent has 8 cards in hand. Reckless Impulse, we will force that. And opponent concedes, alright. We are on the play. We have a Crashing Footfalls, Ardent Plea, Leyline Binding, Dead and Gone. Let's keep. We will fetch and shock and suspend a Crashing Footfalls. Opponent keeps their 7 as well. Flooded Strand. Fetch. Shock in a Temple Garden. That's what I was looking for. Suspend a Crashing Footfalls and pass the turn. Opponent surveils and pins a Flare of Malice. Okay. Up against some kind of Demir deck, possibly Control. Brotherhood's End. Let's play our Flooded Strand and pass. Hopefully we can surveil. Or we could try to go for domain by fetching our triome. Well, we really need more mana. Opponent rumbles, okay. They take the Stitcher Supplier. Okay. Seems like we have some time. think we should surveil in that case. Get a Thundering Falls. Bin the Force of Negation. We are really looking for a third land here. We do find a third land, so we'll shock in the Sacred Foundry and cast our Ardent Plea for a set of Rhinos. Okay, and then we will pass. Opponent plays a Swamp. And the Stitcher Supplier, okay. Six cards left in hand. Cast a Warren Soul Trader, okay. So we will cast our Brotherhood's End. Lush Portico, let's surveil. Shardless Agent is good. Brotherhood's End. Kill the Warren and the Stitcher Supplier and get in for 8. They do sack the Stitcher Supplier, milling 3 more cards. Bowmasters. Warren Soul Trader is dead. They do get a treasure token out of it. They have a Flare of Malice. Okay. Sure. So our Rhino gets in for 5 then. And then we will pass. Opponent down to 11. Have a Marionette Apprentice. And a Neoform, okay. Get an Oculus. How much is the Leyline Binding? 2. Let's deploy that. Doesn't really matter actually, but could have waited. Maybe we would have been able to get a hold of our Triome here. Okay, we do get another set of Rhinos in play. Shardless Agent. I think we could safely swing here. See whether our opponent blocks. We'll just hold on to the Dead and Gone. Opponent does not block. So then we will get rid of the Manifest. Could possibly flip that. And it is just a land, okay. Pass. Opponent down to 6. Next turn they are likely dead. Unearth. Oculus most likely. Oh no, the Oculus is exiled, of course. What are they unearthing here? Warren Soul Trader or the Marionette Apprentice? Marionette Apprentice, sure. They might cast another Neoform. So with this on the stack, we will just cast Dead. So they cannot Neoform. They cannot put a counter on it. They cannot get a servo. Okay. Clarion Conqueror is good. Endurance is good. Brotherhood's End is good. Mystical Dispute against Neoform. I think we will go down 3/4 of negations. Do we want an endurance here? Yeah, let's board in 2 endurances. Go down 1 Force, 1 Ardent Plea. No, 1 Subtlety. Run it like this. Do we have a Cascader? We have Fire Ice. Let's keep. Opponent Surveils. Let's open up their graveyard. Sink into Stupor. Okay. So they likely have enough land here. We will just get the Triome. And pass. Opponent takes the Marionette Apprentice. That's good news for us. We'll get the Sanders Lounge. I think we should just fire the Marionette Apprentice. We could tap their black mana source, but they might have another one. So let's just play our Arid Mesa and pass. Yeah, so Ice wouldn't have done much because they just had another land. Have access to 4 mana. Fulminator Mage, okay. That's unfortunate. Let's see. They are not sacrificing, or are they? Pay 1 life to fetch. We will get a Lush Portico. They destroy our Sandler's Lounge, okay. Just to be mana efficient, let's island cycle this. We have red, green, white. Don't have black anymore. I think we could get a hallowed fountain. Maybe a thundering falls. Let's get a hallowed fountain. With our fetch lands we could get our surveil lands. Do we want another fire ice? No. Find another Lorien revealed, okay. Play a Misty and say go. Waiting for that Marionette Apprentice. Play a Grist instead. Okay. Do they minus Grist? Or plus Grist? Yep, okay. That is a bit unfortunate. They shock in a watery grave. There's a Marionette Apprentice. And with the trigger on the stack, we will start fetching here. I think we will just get a... Oops, we need to get red mana. We need to get a steam fence, so this is a punt. This is not good. Yep, so that's out of fire range. I misclicked. Do find another Ardent Plea. Let's cast the Ardent Plea here. White, blue, green. Find a Crashing Footfalls, obviously. We will pass the turn. They go after one of our Rhinos, of course. And we lose one life due to the Marionette Apprentice. Opponent fetches, and they have a Harbinger. That is surprising. But we can fire that. Do we want to do that now? Not really, I guess. Just swing at Grist. See whether our opponent blocks. It's a 5/5 Trampler. They don't block, alright. I think we could just sit back here, possibly cast Subtlety. We could always fire the Harbinger. Opponent only has access to one black mana here. This is okay. We're down to 10. There's a Warren. We will subtlety that. Targeting the Warren. And now we could ice the swamp, so they cannot cast the Warren. Oh, they did bottom the Warren Soul Trader, okay. Should we go Flage? Yeah, I think so actually. We will deal 2 damage here. Mountain Forest. Okay, we do lose 1 life, sure. Let's shock in the Stomping Ground and go Flage on the Marionette Apprentice. So no more Neoform for them. Next turn we could escape Flage. We will hit them for 7. And pass the turn. That gets them off creatures. Those could be dangerous with Neoform, with a Warren Soul Trader. They are going to Neoform the Eldrazi spawn token, okay. Get a Stitcher Supplier, sure. Could have an Unearth in hand. Okay, cast a Gravecrawler, sure, it cannot block. And they scoop it up, alright. We are on the draw. We don't have Domain. Do have a Triome. Do have an Ardent Plea and a Crashing Footfalls. Let's keep, can shock in the Stomping Ground. Suspend our Crashing Footfalls. Opponent plays a Plains and Seaguarders 8. So we're up against Hammer. Let's shock in the Stomping Ground, suspend the Crashing Footfalls, and pass. You need to raise our opponent here. Steel Shaper's Gift, alright. Opponent has 2 basic planes. Do find a Paradise Mantle. Okay. Now the question is, do we want to shock in a Sacred Foundry? Go. No, we can't do that. I think we have to go with the Xander's Lounge. Yep. We need that 3rd land for Ardent Plea. Fortunately. There's an Ornithopter, okay. And they pass the turn. We will Island Cycle. We do need white mana. We already have a Sacred Foundry. Another blue pip might be nice for a Force of Negation. But white would give us Domain. Let's just get the Hallowed Fountain. Draw a Leyline Binding. So we will shock in the Sacred Foundry. So we have Domain for our Leyline Binding. Here we go. Cascade into a Crashing Footfalls. And we will pass the turn. Two more turns until our suspended Crashing Footfalls will come down. Opponent has another plains. There's a Pure Steel Paladin. Paradise Mantle, okay. They do draw a card, unfortunately. Hopefully we can use the dead against Pure Steel Paladin here. Still have 4 cards in hand. Find a Mox Opal. Access to 2 mana. Plus the Ornithopter Paradise Mantle combo. Yep. Okay. So we have ice up. We have a dead up, and we have a leyline binding. So I think we have enough answers to hammers, that kind of stuff. Let's just swing. There we go. Opponent blocks with the Ornithopter, sure. There's a Cory Steelcutter. Do we want to binding the Pure Steel Paladin to avoid them drawing another card? I think we have to binding the Cory Steelcutter actually. So they attach it to Ornithopter, okay. Let's leyline binding the Cory Steelcutter. There's a hammer. Yeah, let's see. They do create a monk token here. So there's the hammer. They do get to draw a card, unfortunately. They attach it to the Ornithopter, sure. We will deal 2 to the Ornithopter here. And let's just deal 2 to the Pure Steel Paladin right away. So we also get rid of that. Alright, they did draw a few cards off of it, unfortunately. That's how it is. Maybe we should have killed the Pure Steel Paladin before. There's a Stoneforge Mystic. Go with a Colossus Hammer. Could hit us for 12, but they don't. Okay. We get 2 more Rhinos. Subtlety. Would of course attack with the Rhinos. Opponent still has 3 cards in hand. They can equip a hammer on the Mystic or Monk token. Block one of the Rhinos. They still take 4. Yep. Okay. I think we do have to shock in this hallowed fountain and just pass. Opponent surveils, 2 cards in hand. They put a saga in their yard, okay. They concede, alright. So let's get Clarion Conquerors out, the Brotherhood's End, Force of Figures. Rough and Tumble could be good, but it's sorcery speed. Fire Ice deals with their creatures. Subtlety 2. Brotherhood's End is good. Flages might be too slow. Let's go down to Subtlety. Maybe all the subtleties. Run it like this. Opponent on the play. This hand is pretty good, I think. Let's just keep. Opponent surveils turn 1. Keep the card on top. Ideally we can go Crashing Footfalls, but I think we should just get our Triome here. Then we have Dead and Gone up. Or we surveil and then go Crashing Footfalls. I think Crashing Footfalls might be too slow, so let's get our Triome. So we have access to red. Opponent has a Saga and a Stoneforge Mystic. What do they get? Paradise Mantle, alright. We will get our Triome. Force of Figure. Let's play the Lush Portico. Another Shardless, we could pitch that to the Force of Figure. Could also pitch the Crashing Footfalls. Yeah, let's keep this. We will just kill the Stoneforge Mystic. It's a dangerous card. And pass the turn. Wait. We are not getting rid of the saga yet. Let's see what they play. There's a hammer. Okay. Do they have a spell pierce up or something? Mox Opal. Sure. Paradise Mantle. Now we will deploy our Force of Vigor. Exiling Crashing Footfalls. There's a Search of Salvation. Sure. We can go Brotherhood's End next turn. Right. Let's do that. Do we want to put power in play? Now let's put some power in play. We will go Brotherhoods. And next turn, they can sign the trigger. Okay. Sure. So we get a 2/2 out of it. They create a construct token. Okay. What are they getting here? Of the saga. Mishra's Wobble. They do have another saga, unfortunately. Find an Ardent Plea. I think now we will get rid of the artifacts. It will also kill our Shardless Agent, unfortunately. So be it. They do sack the bubble. Could have alternatively gone Shardless or Ardent Plea. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. They pass the turn, alright. So we will go Ardent Plea. Because our Shardless would get destroyed by the Brotherhood's End. Okay, opponent consigns the Cascade trigger, sure, we will pass. We'll get the search now of the saga. What are they getting? Hammer, possibly? How many hammers do they have left? 3, probably. An opal. Okay. Don't have Metalcraft yet. And they just, oh, they cast an Esper Sentinel in. Pass. I think we will go Ardent Plea. Again. Cascade. We won't pay because we cannot pay. Cast the Crashing Footfalls. And pass the turn. Next turn we could possibly go Brotherhood's End. Opponent has 5 cards in hand. There's a Bauble. They have Metalcraft now. There's a Quarry Steelcutter. just pass the turn. Let's just deploy this Brotherhood to its end. We again won't pay. They also sack the bubble. And we will hit them for 8. Opponent still has 4 cards in hand. 6 next turn. We might deploy the Conqueror next turn. Opponent has 1 mana. 20 cards, 2 lands. Well, you had a few more lands. We are on the play. We have 2 basics. Crashing Footfalls, we do have a Shardless Agent, but not the right colors. I think we have to maul this hand, unfortunately. This hand is better. We could lead on the forest, while probably the Temple Guard and get our Triome out. Then we have Domain. Let's bin the forest. Okay. Shock in the Temple Garden. And suspend the Crashing Footfalls. Pass. Opponent plays a Verdant Catacombs, fetches. Basic Forest, cast the Utopia Sprawl. On black, alright. Find another land, unfortunately. We'll just get our Triome out. There's a Mana Dork. And they thought sees us. That is unfortunate. We will probably lose our Shardless Agent. So instead of getting our Triome, we will Surveil instead. Trying to find another Cascader. Let's see, we do need blue and red. Let's just get the Thundering Falls. That is pretty good. Yeah, let's keep that. So we will tap their forest. Cast a Blood Pact. Okay. They lose 2 life. They find another land. Next turn we can cast a Subtlety. Let's get our Triome now. For True Domain. Opponent played their Boseiju, they might have another one. Opponent is thinking. Rhinos don't come down next turn. The turn after. There you go. Let's get the Sanders Lounge. Opponent is not passing priority again. Here we go. Play this and pass. Opponent just passes. Alright. Let's hold on to the salty. We will just surveil. Another land, no bin that. There are rhinos. Yep. Draw for turn. We could go 2 more rhinos, but I'd rather hold subtlety up. Just pass the turn. Assassin's Trophy. Okay. We will get 2 green pips, we have 2 red pips, we also have 2 white pips. Let's just get a plains. They have another Assassin's Trophy. Okay. We will get our mountain out. Nice ramping up this way. There's a Shieldred. We will subtlety that. Blue, blue, white, red. Okay. They do top it. No, they bottom it, so they might have another Shieldred. Let's fetch. Go down to 14. Maybe we shouldn't have tapped the mountain for be able to cast the Dead Engon. Let's get the steam vents, I guess. Tapped, of course. Another land. What are the odds? Let's attack. Okay. Don't feel like committing more to the board, so we'll just pass. Opponent is on a turn 4 o'clock. Okay, that's pretty bad for us. we will pay 1 life to fetch. Get Hallowed Fountain tapped. Just thinning our deck here. Force of Negation. Okay, let's go with Subtlety. We cannot block this. Go down to 9. We will deploy the Ardent Plea. Cascade into 2 Rhinos that could block a Tyrant, and we would pass. We still have a Force of Negation. Do we care about Utopia Sprawl? Probably not. Blood Pact. Yep, we will force this. Blue. Blue. White. Our Gone is not castable this turn. That's unfortunate. Maybe we should have kept a Force of Negation for that. Opponent has 1 card in hand. We're down to 6 life. To find a Lorien revealed. I think we should cast that. Blue. Blue. Red. Find a Flage. So we could live another turn. Let's swing. For 4. Then cast our Flage. So we go down to 9 life. And they go down to 2 life. And next turn we could possibly win. We have a Force of Negation. Next turn we could escape a Flage. Swing for 7. Play an Overgrown Tomb tapped. Okay. So let's swing, see what happens. Four, 4. Target us, we will force that. Okay. So, up against some kind of Golgari mid-rangey control kind of thing. Rough and tumbles are a bit useless. Creatures seem to be big, although they might have a Bowmasters. Flyers seem to be good. Also stops their mana dork. Fire Eyes not super good on the draw. Brotherhood's End could go as well. Yeah, let's run it like this. This hand is good. They likely cast Thoughtseize anyway. Crashing Footfalls. Okay, let's suspend that. Here we go. Pass the turn. Cast a mana dork. Good subtlety that we lose our shardless agent. Yeah, I don't want them to ramp up. It seems like they are out of lands. We can fill the graveyard for Flage too. They do top it. They have a one lander indeed. Let's Hallowed Fountain and Binding the Sprawl would be nice, but we can't do that unfortunately. Could Surveil or get our Triome. I think we should get our Triome so we have our Leyline Binding up next turn. There it is again. Alright. Pay 1 life. Get our Triome. Footfalls down to 2. Find another binding. Let's shock this in. Cast the binding. Target their Sprawl. And pass the turn. Do have another mana dork. Okay. Find an Ardent Plea. They have that Maelstrom Pulse card, so let's not commit too much to the board. We will bin that for Flage. Although we don't have all the colors for Flage. We're missing another white. Land. Let's just pass. Opponent has access to 3 mana. They Thoughtseize us. Alright. Take the Ardent Plea. And they Thoughtseize us again. Sure. Take the Leyline Binding, opponent down to 13. Yep. If only we can find more white mana, we could escape the Flage. Alright, let's deploy the Flage. Opponent down to 10. Or up to 21. If they fetch and shock, then we likely have lethal next turn. Unless they start blocking with their mana dorks. Do find another land. Access to 4 mana now. Could cast a Shieldred. Maybe we should have held on to the Flage. They push one of the tokens, okay. And they pass the turn. Find a Lorien revealed. So we could Flage. Let's attack. Opponent doesn't block. So we will Island Cycle this. Get a Steam Vent. Oh, that's not the right one. Alright. No, I thought we could get access to white. But that's not the case. Alright. Thought there was another hallowed fountain, unfortunately. Play an overgrown tomb tapped. There's a Shieldred. Sure. Start gaining life next turn. We find a forest. Yeah, we have to pass, unfortunately. Let's hold on to the forest. Our opponent might cast another Thoughtseize. Would lose 2 life. If only we can find access to white mana. There's a Clarion Conqueror. That flies over the Shieldred, so we will cast that. They cannot use their mana dorks anymore. Let's hold on to the forest and just pass. Can double block Shieldred now too. They find a Force of Despair, fortunately. They have their 2 mana dorks back. Gain 2 life. They attack with Shieldred. We would just let this happen. There's some white mana, though we don't have to shock that in. So that's good. Let's fetch, get our planes, and escape a Flage. White, white, red, red. Get rid of the Crashing Footfalls for possible surgical extraction. Same for Ardent Plea, Leyline Binding, Clarion Conqueror. We'll deal 3 to our opponent. And then swing for 4. Opponent might be able to deal with Flage, so we could escape next turn again. They might contemplate blocking now with one of their mana dorks. And they do. Alright. They get their Orcish Bowmasters out. They ping us. We will deal 3 to their mana dork. Okay. We are going after Flage. Okay. We are going to combat with Shieldred. Find a subtlety. We cannot cast both the subtlety and the Flage. Bring our opponent down to 1. We could die on the backswing. And they could block us, so I think we will bring the Flage back. Exiling our graveyard. We will shoot the Bowmasters. In case they make us draw. Play our forest and we will attack. Maybe we should have done the flage thing after combat. Opponents up to 6. 3 cards in hand. They do attack. Then we will block. No, they might have another shield red. Let's not block. Down to 5. There's another shield red indeed. Okay, I think our opponent is near dead here. Down to 5. There's another shield red. Okay. Find another land. So could shoot the Orc army token. They would likely block the flage with their mana dork. Could shoot them. I think we have to hit the shielder there, because otherwise they could block the Rhinos and then still have a shielder. So let's see. Opponent has to block both. Well, they can not block the Rhino token. Opponent is going to take 1. Alright. They still have a shielder to gain some life. Sure. Up to 6 life again. They do attack. We will flash in our subtlety, because otherwise we would be dead next turn. And we would block. Okay, they have a force of despair, so we are dead, fortunately. Yep. There we go. Alright. That's unfortunate. Mystical disputes might be good. Do think we want the fire and ice again. Get rid of the... No, maybe Brotherhood's end is actually good. Let's go down on the Clarion Conquerors. Submit. Alright, this hand is good enough. Let's keep. We will lead on the Lush Portico. Fetch our Triumph. Turn 2. No, let's fetch our Triumph turn 1. Then we could always shock in the Sacred Foundry and cast a Fire Ice if need be. Sanders Lounge. To draw another Ardent Plea, okay. Flage. I think we should put that in the yard. Opponent plays an Overgrown Tomb tapped. Shock in the Sacred Foundry. Cast the Shardless Agent. And Footfalls. There we go. We will pass. Opponent has a Force of Despair, of course. Sure. Exiling a Blood Pact. 2 more pairs of Rhinos coming. Utopia Sprawl. Do we care about that? Probably not. Blood Pact. We will force this. Exiling a Lorien Revealed. Fire Ice. I think we want to put more power in play. Opponent has 2 cards in hand. Cascade. Yep. Pass the turn. We have to raise our opponent now. Could cast a Shieldred, but they don't. Let's swing. Okay, they don't do anything. We will ice their Forest. Have our Leyline Binding up. Okay, they activate their Gaia Reach. Let's see, we draw a land. We do want that land. I think we are going to discard the Subtlety. Path of Peril. Okay. Sure. Find another Crashing Footfalls. So this Ardent Plea would be our last. Still have the Leyline Binding up. Let's see. There's a Shieldred. Still have 2 mana up, yeah, sure. Thoughtseize. We will now deploy our Leyline Binding. Let's for Flage we need double red, double white. Let's get the Hallowed Fountain. So we also have Subtlety up. Yep. Leyline Binding. Subtlety. The Shieldred, sorry. Probably opponent probably goes after Brotherhood's End. No, they take the Crashing Footfalls, sure. I think they're dead, because we will escape the Flage here. Let's see. Flage. White, white, red, red, and opponent concedes. Alright. We are on the draw. We don't have Domain. I think we should maul this hand, fortunately. This hand doesn't do much until turn 4, so we would have to maul this as well. This hand does have our Cascader. We could find Domain. Let's bottom the stomping ground and the force of negation and keep this. Opponent plays a swamp and passes. We draw Lorien revealed. So we could lead on Sander's Lounge or Surveil with the Flooded Strand. Get our Lush Portico. I think we will get our Lush Portico here. So then we have Leyline Binding up, turn 2. Shock in an Overgrown Tomb and an Orcish Bowmaster, sure. Interesting that they just do this main phase. Let's get our Lush Portico. Surveil. Waiting for our opponent. Here we go, Ardent Plea is good, let's keep that. We will play the Sander's Lounge and just pass. Opponent hits us for 2. Have a Field of Ruin. What are the odds? Okay. We will deploy our Leyline Binding now. They targeted the Triome, yep. We'll go after the Bowmasters. Alright. So we have green. We need blue. So don't have blue. We could go Lorien revealed. So let's get plains. Get blue. Let's get a steam vents. That's good. Let's shock this in. Go Shardless Agent. Cascade into Crashing Footfalls. And then pass the turn. Next turn we will swing and also cast the Ardent Plea after combat. They do push one of our Rhinos most likely. Sure. Scavenging Ooze, that's not good for our Flage. Have 1 mana open. Fire Ice. That could take care of the Scavenging Ooze. So I think we should just swing. See what our opponent does. Opponent doesn't block with the Scavenging Ooze. We could hold up our Fire Eyes. If they don't Scavenging Ooze at the end of turn, then it's useless. Kind of. Although we can also tap it. Could also go Ardent Plea. Let's play the Arid Mesa and just pass. Didn't activate Scavenging Ooze. Interesting. You do draw a card off their land. Opponent doesn't attack, alright. He will fetch. Maybe we should have just played our Ardent Plea. Maybe a bit of a punt. Let's see. White, white, red, red. Let's just get a Thundering Falls. Brotherhood's End. Don't think we want that. Find another land. Let's go to attacks. Opponent will most likely block the Rhino and activate Scavenging Ooze. Alright. It's also an option. Let's see what they target. Shardless Agent, sure. And they block with their Bowmasters. Okay. Interesting choice. They again don't block with the Scavenging Ooze. Do have enough mana now to go Ardent Plea and Scavenging Ooze. Ardent Plea and Fire Eyes, so let's just do that. Red, white, blue. Cascade. Yep. There we go. And pass the turn. There we go. So with this on the stack, we can deal 2 damage now to the Scavenging Ooze. And get rid of that. Because we might get a Flache in the yard at some point. Do gain 1 life and they exile their own Bowmasters. Interesting. Opponent is likely dead next turn. Yep, they scoop it up. Okay, so we're up against some Golgari, Orcish Bowmasters kind of thing. Not really sure. Endurance could be useful. Think we should go down on the Force of Negations. Board in the Conquerors against the Scavenging Ooze. Might have surgical extractions for our Footfalls. So maybe we should go down one Crashing Footfalls. Board in 2 Endurances. And just run it like this. This hand is okay, let's keep. Good thought sees us. The Inquisition of Kozilek, sure. Probably take the Footfalls. Yep, and they pass the turn, sure. Draw a Shardless Agent, good. Lush Portico, Brotherhood's End. Now let's bin that. We will pass. Cast another Inquisition of Kozilek. Might go after a Shardless Agent. If they have a surgical extraction, we are kind of screwed here. I have a Thoughtseize as well. Okay. Opponent takes the Brotherhood's End. Alright. 3 cards left in their hand. It was a rough turn too. Think we will just play our Arid Mesa and pass. Can get our Triome out and go Leyline Binding. They shock in an Overgrown Tomb, and there's a Grist. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Activate the Grist. Let's get our Triome out. And go Binding the Grist. Can deal with a 1/1 later. They mail a Maelstrom Pulse into the yard. Okay. Ardent Plea. Or Endurance. Let's go Ardent Plea. The colors that we need. Think we should get a Temple Garden for additional green for Endurance. There we go. Crashing Footfalls. And pass the turn. Liliana of the Veil. Alright, that's annoying. Okay, we will sack the Rhino. We will kill the Liliana next turn. Find a shardless agent, that's good. Swing at Liliana. Okay. And that dice. Go shardless agent. Put more power into play. Could have a Maelstrom Pulse. So be it. Need to kill our opponent here. ASAP. We have a Dismember. Okay. That's fine. They pay for it. Okay, that's even better. So it's like taking a hit off the Rhino. Tarmogoyf, okay. Could put more power in play. Could also flash in the Endurance. How many types are in their yard? 3, 4 in our yard. Yeah, we would just swing and then just flash in the Endurance, bottoming our stuff. Getting some Rhinos back, some Crashing Footfalls. Opponent blocks one of the Rhinos. Okay, here we go. Oops. Flash that in. Target ourselves. Tarmogoyf shrinks to a 3/4 and dies, and opponent is at 8 life. 1 card in hand. It's probably game. We are on the play. We have a 1-lander, so we have to maul here. Three Cascaders, but it's unlikely. We might get 3 lands on turn 3. This is better. Think we could go Temple Garden, Crashing Footfalls. Put the Lush Portico back. Yeah, let's keep this. Just thinking about putting another Crashing Footfalls back for a possible to possibly cascade into it, but let's just keep that in hand. 4 lands might be a bit too much. Opponent plays a Flooded Strand and passes. We could fire Ice. Their land, let's do that. In their upkeep. Oops. They didn't fetch, alright. There they go. Maybe on purpose. To circumvent our fire ice, they shock in a hallowed fountain, and they shock in a watery grave, and they cast a frog. Okay. 6 cards in hand. We will just surveil. Let Let's get Thundering Falls. Shardless Agent is good. We'll keep that. Let's just get a basic planes here. And then go Shardless Agent. Cascade, maybe opponent has a Force of Negation. We get 2 Rhinos and a Shardless Agent. 2 more turns until our suspended Rhinos come online. Opponent could discard and jump the frog. Let's open up their graveyard. They don't attack, alright. Crashing Footfalls, down ticks. Find a Flage. Do we want to cast Flage? Let's see. Let's first just swing, see what happens. Opponent might flash in a Bowmasters. Something else. Opponent blocks the Shardless Agent, sure. Is discarding, okay. And pushes the Rhinos, one of the Rhinos, sure. 4 cards in hand. Yep. We will shock in, or we still don't have domain. Let's shock in Steam Vents, cast Flage. Might counterspell this. They do not, and we will shoot the frog. Would have to discard more, but they concede instead. Alright. So we're up against the Mere Murktide frog. Something similar. Clarion Conquerors are good against frog. Endurances as well. I think we could go down the Brotherhood's End. The Dead and Gone. Maybe 2 Fire Ice. Maybe all the subtleties. Try to run it like this. Opponent has likely boarded in some consign to memories. Which could stop the Cascade trigger or the suspended Rhinos. This hand is not so great because we don't have domain. I think we should maul this. This looks better. But it's still a 1-lander. I think we should bottom the Flage and keep this. Could be a trap, but hopefully we will draw a few more lands. see whether our opponent has a Thoughtseize, then we might lose the Crashing Footfalls. Opponent is down to 6. Oh no. Opponent kept their 7. Alright, we do find an Endurance, but I had rather found another land. Opponent surveils, let's see. Esper Frog, most likely. Could have boarded in some pest controls as well. That would get rid of our Rhinos. Opponent doesn't play anything. And we do not find another land. So we just have to pass. Opponent is fetching and surveilling. Keeps the card on top, right? The fairy, yeah, that's an easy force of negation, of course. That would stop our cascade. Would also stop our suspended. Crashing Footfalls. Let's hope for a land now. Nope. So we'll just pass. Opponent doesn't play anything. Could counter our Footfalls soon. 3 colors. This thing costs 3. So we just play our Hallowed Fountain tapped and pass. Next turn, Crashing Footfalls comes down. Hopefully we can find another land. So we could also try to cascade. Does opponent have an answer? Most likely. Yep, they can sign the trigger. Sure. So Crashing Footfall stays in exile. That's not bad because it cannot be surgically extracted. Yeah, we just have to pass again, unfortunately. That's the downside of keeping a one-lander. This is going to be turn 6. There's another land. Let's play that. What are we looking for? Another Leyline Binding. Yeah, sure, that could deal with more threats. Leyline Binding cost 2. This actually seems to be some kind of control build with Narset. Opponent just passes, alright. Don't have the green mana for Endurance actually, that's unfortunate. Are we going to cast a Clarion Conqueror now? Let's do that. Bait the counterspell. Opponent activates Gyre Reach Sanitarium. We find an Endurance. Let's discard Flage, since we have something better to do for 3 mana. And it resolves, alright. And we will just pass the turn. Interesting that it resolved. Opponent's graveyard has a Day's Undoing. Play a Plains. And they pass the turn, alright. That's another land. Let's try to swing. Opponent down to 18. This is looking good for us. We will play the Wooded Foothills and just pass. Opponent activates Gaia Reach, Sanitarium, sure. Another Clarion Conqueror. I think we just wanna bin the Endurance. There is a frog, sure. Opponent passes the turn. Let's get our Triome. So our Leyline Binding cost 1. And flash it in. Maybe we should have tapped the Temple Garden. But we still don't have double green for Endurance, unfortunately. Frog is not that dangerous. Good Clarion Conqueror in play, but they could deal with it this way. Okay, find another land. Yeah, we will just cast the Clarion Conqueror, I guess. No. Yes. Green. Oh. Let's cast it. It resolves, alright. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. We activate Gaia Reach again. We can soon cast Flage. Escape it from the yard. Do we care about Endurance? Probably not at this point. We have a Leyline Binding up, 2 if need be, and a Brazen Borrower. Opponent activates Gaia Reach again. We draw another Endurance. Let's discard Endurance. Shieldred, okay. That's an easy Leyline Binding. Go to the end step and cast the Leyline Binding. And then we will surveil. Lush Portico. Get more white mana for Leyline Binding. There's nothing really in our opponent's graveyard to target with Endurance or interesting that warrants an Endurance. That's why I discarded them. Let's open up our own graveyard. Opponent passes priority, finally. Another Clarion Conqueror. Could be interesting. That's pretty bad hate against their Teferi. Could have a board wipe as well. Yeah, let's draw it. So we will swing. And then cast the Flage. White, red, red. White. You'll get rid of Clarion Conqueror, Force of Negation, Endurance, Endurance, Endurance. So they cannot be targeted by a Surgical Extraction. Hit them for 3. Opponent still has 4 cards in hand. Maybe they were waiting for a Flage. Could cast a Wrath of the skies. At some point there's another frog, sure. And they just passed the turn. We could deal with the frog by shooting them with flage, so I think we won't binding the frog for now. Let's just swing. They might have a push. If we shoot the frog, but that's fine. Better to deal with frog now. There's a push, they will push the flage. Yeah, that's fine. Next turn our opponent is dead. Could cascade. Let's try that. Green, blue. White, cascade, 3 cards still in hand. Cast our Crashing Footfalls. And they resolve. Opponent might have a board wipe. Let's just pass the turn. They activate Gaia Reach again. Oh, they actually pushed the Clarion Conqueror. I did not notice that, so in that case we made a bit of a mistake, perhaps. Just gonna get rid of the Clarion Conqueror. I thought that they pushed Flage. I didn't see that. So they could cast a Planeswalker now. But we have a Brazen Borrower, we also have a Leyline Binding. Would be hard to deal with so many creatures for them. And they scoop it up, alright. We are on the play. We can suspend the Crashing Footfalls turn 1. We're kind of far away from domain. Do have a Fire Ice. Let's keep. We will get a Breeding Pool off the Flooded Strand. So we have access to blue next turn. And we can suspend our Crashing Footfalls right now. Breeding Pool, Crashing Footfalls, and pass the turn. Opponent plays a Wooded Foothills, fetches. Gets a forest, a snow-covered forest, and casts a Utopia Sprawl. Okay. On white. Okay. That's a nice ice target. I think we will just play the forest. And then ice that land in their upkeep. It's a nice 2-for-1. And we draw a card. Another Crashing Footfalls. Okay, can suspend that next turn. It's not the best, but it's okay. Opponent is surveilling. Keeps the card on top. Okay. Steam Vents. Let's just suspend another Crashing Footfalls. Probably Island Cycle and Fetch. I don't know if we can. I think our Triome has blue in it, so we can get our Triome of the Lorien revealed and then Surveil of the Flooded Strand. Opponent keeps ramping up. Puts it on their forest. Oh, red, okay. So they have access to 3 colors now. Rest in peace, okay. That's fine. Not the best for a Flage, but so be it. Okay, let's Island Cycle here. We will get the Triome. And then we will Surveil of the Flooded Strand. Get the Lush Portico. Another land. No, let's bin that. This keeps popping up because it's exiled. Okay. Rhinos incoming, Brazen Borrower. Sure, we will play the Triome and just pass. Could get them off red. With the Brazen Borrower by bouncing the Utopia Sprawl, but it's not the best use of our mana. Sanctum Weaver, okay. That's a better target. Opponent is playing an enchantment deck. Blood Moon, that's interesting. So we will tap this for blue and green. And then let this resolve. Then unfortunately we have to bounce the Blood Moon. Cannot really afford to lose domain, we need the Leyline bindings. Yeah. I think we will hold on to the Lorien revealed, we don't want any more land. Just want to draw cards. We will cast the Crashing Footfalls. There we go. Find an Ardent Plea. That's likely the better play. Then a Lorien revealed. Blue. No, it doesn't really matter how we tap. Put 2 more Rhinos into play. Play the Steam Vents tapped and pass the turn. Can only cascade 1 more time. We have a Brazen Borrower that's on an adventure. We likely cannot really cast neither if they play their Blood Moon again. Could hit them for 16 next turn. Hopefully. On thin ice, alright. So we lose one Rhino. We lose another Rhino. Can still cast a Blood Moon here. Still 3 cards in hand, one of them is a Blood Moon. Destiny Spinner. Okay. Still cast the Blood Moon. Sanctum Weaver. Are they going to? That's the question. They are. Then we will just Island Cycle DeLorean Revealed. Since it's not really going to do much, we will get the Hallowed Fountain. And pass. Could have waited actually. Alright. Ardent Plea, yeah, it's not going to work. Let's attack. Opponent takes 8. Player Hallowed Fountain tapped and pass. Next turn we're getting 2 more Rhinos. Okay, they activate Destiny Spinner. Okay, I think we're dead actually. Because those lands are 8/8s, yep. Okay, they got it. Okay, so up against an enchantment deck, I think we need to board in the Clarion Conquerors. That would stop them activating their mana dork, and that Sanctum Spinner thing. Force of Figures are good. Dead and Gone could deal with Sanctum Weaver. Brotherhood's End as well. Let's board that out. Go down 3 subtleties. Just run it like this. Although the flages are useless if they have a rest in peace out, but they might board that out, so. Let's see. This hand is decent. We cannot suspend the Crashing Footfalls unless we fetch. Would take a lot of damage though. Let's keep. Need to get green and white for domain, so we will get Temple Garden and suspend the Crashing Footfalls, and then we will pass. There's a Utopia Sprawl that we will force with negation. Pitching a Fire Ice. Just disrupt them as much as we can. Shardless Agent, so we sort of have to go Sander's Lounge now if we want to go Shardless Agent. That's probably better than Fire Icing. So, we should just let this happen. They do have a Plains and a Destiny Spinner, sure. 4 cards left in hand. Clarion Conqueror. Let's go Shardless. I just want to put a lot of power in play. And next turn we could cast the Clarion Conqueror. They could possibly deal with the Rhinos as well. I'd rather have them use their removal on the Rhinos than the Clarion Conqueror. They do not Boseiju or Triome. Could go to combat. They are thinking about it and they decide against it, okay. Next turn we have 2 more Rhinos. Leyline Binding is good. Let's swing. Opponent does not block. They're down to 10. Could go Clarion Conqueror or Leyline Binding. Probably Leyline Binding. On the Enchantress Presence. And we could always ice a land in their upkeep. Let's do that. Ice their white source. We draw a Force of Negation, okay. Opponent has 4 cards. Shock in a Stomping Ground, and they cast an Enchantress Presence, okay. Let's see. Get 2 more Rhinos. Lorien revealed. Let's just swing. Opponent is almost dead. Okay, Destiny Spinner gone. Do we want them to see the Clarion Conqueror? Probably not. So we would just hold up a force of negation. There's a solitary confinement. Let's force the solitary confinement. Opponent concedes, alright. So that was an example of some disruption early on that helped a lot against our opponent not being able to play their cards. I think the subtlety should come back and we will go down on Fire Isis. Probably another one. It's not super good on the draw. Opponent didn't see our Clarion Conqueror, which is a pretty good hate card as well. Yeah, let's keep. We can suspend the Crashing Footfalls. Cannot get a basic forced, so we do have to take some damage. Opponent is down to 5 cards, that's no good. They decide to keep their hand. And they have a Utopia Sprawl. 3 cards left. Yeah, we will just get green source. Temple Garden. That would give us domain with our Triome. Destiny Spinner. Yep. They pass the turn, okay. Do find a Flooded Strand. Could cast a Blood Moon next turn. So let's play the Flooded Strand and possibly fetch a Plains in case our opponent plays a Blood Moon. They have 2 cards in hand. They surveil. Plains into the graveyard. Utopia Sprawl is on white. Okay. Seems like they boarded out the Blood Moons. Okay. Play an Enchantress. Enchantress Presence. Enchantresses Presence. Alright, they hit us for 2. We will get our Triome. And pass. To our turn, Leyline Binding. That's an interesting pickup. I think we will just get a basic Plains to save our life total here, and for a possible Blood Moon, and then we will cast the Clarion Conqueror, and then we will go Leyline Binding next turn. I do not like that they can draw cards off the presence, but yeah, so be it. Opponent is fetching. Gets a basic Plains, okay. No Leyline Bindings. Play a tempo guard and tap, so they just have one more card in their hand. Alright. Cannot activate the Destiny Spinner. We almost have some Rhinos in play. I think we will play our fetch land here and just swing. And we could binding the Destiny Spinner or the Presence. Could also hold the subtlety up. Yeah, I think we should see what our opponent does next turn. They play a forest and they pass. They do attack. Alright. They Boseiju our Triome. Okay. So let's Leyline Binding. The Presence. And yeah, we don't have Domain anymore, unfortunately. We could flash in our Subtlety, so let's load a blue mana here. We will find a basic land type. Chuck in a breeding pool. And then get a mountain. We're down to 8, that's not super great. We will flash in our Subtlety. Opponent is empty-handed. Unlikely that our opponent can answer all of our threats. Ardent Plea is good. Let's swing for 6. We will Surveil. Force of Vigor. Yeah, let's draw that. Just go Ardent Plea. Put more Rhinos into play. And pass the turn. Oh, of course our Force of Vigor is gone. Should have Ardent Plea first and then Surveilled. It's a mistake, but our opponent scoops. We are on the play. We have a 1-lander. I think we have to maul. The double blue pips, the double red Leyline Binding requiring Domain. That's not going to work. Again, a 1-lander. Yeah, let's keep this. It's not that good, but we will get a Stomping Ground. So we can at least cast our Crashing Footfalls and Dead and Gone. Or Dead, rather. Let's suspend our Crashing Footfalls here and pass the turn. We really need to pick up lands. Opponent shocks in a Godless Shrine and Thought Seizes us. Probably taking the Ardent Plea. That's okay. We're up against Black-White Blink. Could also take the Leyline Binding, but we're far from casting that. Same with the Ardent Plea. Do take the Ardent Plea, okay. Do we draw a land? Nope. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Just have to pass. Could kill Ophelia. That's the upside. Right, Crashing Footfalls down to 2. Find a subtlety that we cannot cast. This is likely game for us. We could probably deal with the footfalls, just ephemerating a subtlety. There's Ophelia. We could fire off dead now. Wait for them to use an ephemerate. Let's do that. Opponent chucks in a land and recruiter of the guard. Sure. What are they getting? Solitude. Yeah, so that tells me they have an ephemerate in hand. We are going to deal 2 to the Ophelia. And probably 2 to the Solitude when they try to ephemerate it. If we can draw another blue card, we have a subtlety against Solitude. We do find another land, that's great. And an Ardent Plea is not what we need. We need land. Ardent Plea could be pitched to the subtlety. But we still need land. Opponent attacks for 1. We're down to 16. They are at 12 life. There are the Rhinos. Opponent will deploy their Solitude. Not yet, apparently. So I think we will also spend another Crashing Footfalls. And pass the turn. There's a Bowmasters, sure. He ping us, of course. There's a Solitude. They have mana open for Ephemerate. They pitch Ophelia. They ephemerate? No. Now we know that they are going to ephemerate. Okay. We gain 4 life. There's the ephemerate. So now we can easily kill the Solitude and the ephemerate would fizzle. And we still get to keep 1 Rhino. Alright. There's an Emperor of Bones, so they could get the subtlety back. It's unfortunate. If we draw another land, we could possibly flage the Emperor of Bones. They target the Ophelia, okay. You might want to flicker the Rhino token. Sure. They push the Rhino token, sure. Can we find our 3rd land? One of this down to 1 card in hand. There's our 3rd land. So let's shock that in. we need a red and a white source. Let's just go with the Sacred Foundry. Blue could also be good for a subtlety. Let's get a Hallowed Fountain then. Also would make our Leyline Binding cheaper. We cannot afford for them to adapt the Emperor of Bones. So we really have to kill that. Okay. We could survive the attacks for a while. Opponent still has one card in hand. Swing for 3, we're down to 13. If we draw a blue source, we have a subtlety. Otherwise, we could Leyline Binding something. Opponent is fetching and surveilling. Leave the card on top, okay. If we find another land, we could also possibly Flage. Let's see. Might have kept the Fatal Push on top. We have another subtlety, okay. Now we can pitch a subtlety to a subtlety, and we have a Leyline Binding. That should give us enough options before the Crashing Footfalls come down. So we cannot subtlety this because it is an enchantment. What do they have in the yard? They will probably go with the Solitude or the Emperor of Bones. Also go with another Philia, Overlord. You take a Philia, okay. Get hit for 3 again. In order to be mana efficient, it might not be the best play. I think we should go Leyline Binding on the Overlord. They could flicker this with Philia. Or we could subtle the Philia. If we draw a 4th land, I might want to go Flage or just hardcast Subtlety. Find another Leyline Binding, okay. And then we will pass. There's a Philia. Subtlety that. Pitching a subtlety. Got a bit mana screwed here. Opponent bottomed the Philia. That's interesting. We're down to 7. Yeah, let's pass. You get 2 Rhinos. Aven Interrupter. That's some pretty good hate. think this is stopping our Crashing Footfalls, doesn't it? Ah, but they couldn't target again yet. They should have flashed this in with Crashing Footfalls on the stack. Do we want to leyline binding this now? Probably. Should have tapped differently, but that's fine. Okay. So our Crashing Footfalls is free. Should have flashed it in right now. But that's okay. We have a shardless agent for next turn. Yeah, let's pass. Opponent has one card left in hand. Could be a Witch Enchanter. Flicker Wisp. They will probably flicker the Recruiter. Or the Bajuka Bug. Yeah. So they exile our graveyard, sure. How many Crashing Footfalls did we cast to? They push one of the Rhino tokens, sure. Are they attacking? No, they are not, okay. Do we get a 3-1 out of it? No more Flage for us. Opponent is out of cards. And now we find our 4th land. Let's swing. Kill some creatures in the process. Probably block with the Bugger Trawler and the Orc Army token. Or not at all. Okay, they don't block. Sure. We will play the Temple Garden tapped and a shardless agent. Green, blue, red. Cascade into 2 more Rhinos. And then pass the turn. Opponent does have the 3-1 flyer, but they scoop it up. Okay. That was a long game and we were kind of mana screwed. Endurance is good against them. Clarion Conqueror not so much. Brotherhood's End is good. Force of Vigor against Overlord. Rough could be good. We will probably go down the fire. Well, Fire Ice is also good to deal with their creatures. We will go down on the subtleties, the flages. Two Force of Negations. Maybe all the Force of Negations. And just go bring back the flages. Two Cascaders, 2 lands, Brazen Borrower, we can deal with their creatures, let's keep. This is pretty good. They play their Witch Enchanter tapped, As a land, we find another cascader. Let's play the Arid Mesa and pass. They would likely keep mana up for a Philia. So we will just fetch our Triome to go with an Overlord. Yep, sure. They mill 3 creatures into the yard. They take the Philia. Okay. I think I'd want to surveil here, even though we wouldn't have the colors we need for Fire, Ice, or Dead and Gone. Because we do need that third land. There's that third land. So we would just play the Flooded Strand. And we could ice one of their lands. I don't think that might be that good. We could ice the Philia. Or we could just go with a Dead Gone. Either way, there's a White Orchid Phantom. Okay. So we do get to pick a basic that would get into play, come into play tapped. Yeah, sure, this is fine. They're going after a Lush Portico. We can float white. It's not really necessary. Cannot do much with it. Just let this happen. We will go with Plains, Mountain, Forest. Let's go with we need a forest for Shardless Agent. We want to have, yeah, let's go with a forest. Possible endurance as well. Do play a third land, Godless Shrine tapped. We will get our Triome. Overlord triggers, yep. Triome could be good actually, but they could also flicker the White Orchid Phantom. Yeah, let's just get the Triome. There's a Lorien revealed. We will get some Rhinos in play. Let's shock in Temple Garden. Go Shardless, green, blue, green. Cascade. Yes, and pass. We could bounce something with Brazen Bower. We could kill the White Orchid Phantom, the Philia. Maybe we should have gotten another red source. The Wrath for X equals 0, that's good. They do attack, okay. We will let that happen. Find another Lorien revealed. So can put more power into play. Could also bounce with the Brazen Bower. Just kill their Philia. Let's just swing and see what happens. I do think I wanna island cycle this and get another red source. Steam Vents. We will shock that in. So now we have Fire, Ice and Dead and Gone up. Let's see. Opponent might flash in Ophelia. There it is. We will deal 2 to it. Steam Vents. Ophelia for you. Opponent has 3 cards in hand. Thoughtseize. Okay. What do we want to do? Could island cycle the Lorien revealed. We could kill the White Orchid Phantom. That's probably best. Let's do that. Might ephemerate it. They don't. Okay. So we will let this Thoughtseize happen. They will probably take the Shardless Agent. Opponent is thinking. They took the Ardent Plea. That's interesting. And they cast an Emperor of Bones. What are they taking? Maybe killing the Witch Enchanter was, or White Orchid Phantom was a mistake. They do target the White Orchid Phantom. Alright, when they adapt, we can bounce it with Brazen Bower. There's a Flage, even better. Could have an Ephemerate. Let's first attack. Could gamble here. Just go with a Flage. Green, red, white. Deal 3 to the Emperor of Bones. Don't have an Ephemerate, that's good. We will Lorien Revealed. And get Ursa Land. Thundering Falls. No, we need a white for Flage. Then we will get the Hallowed Fountain. Play that, tapped, and pass. So next turn we could escape Flage. They do have an Overlord. We could bounce that. They thought he's again going after Shardless, perhaps. They do take the Brazen Borrower. It's unfortunate. Now they have the Overlord. Let's see whether they block. Find a Sacred Foundry. If they block, we could Flage. They don't block, okay. So we could go Flage or Shardless Agent. I think we should go Flage now while we can. For the exile our graveyard. And we will take the Crashing Footfalls. Ardent Plea. Lorien Revealed. Fire Ice. We will deal 3 to our opponent. Could have a Solitude as well. Fatal Push. Opponent down to 4. Play a Sacred Foundry tapped and say go. Yeah, they do have a Solitude. Pitch Ophelia. A Solitude to Flage. They can get the Solitude back. They still have 1 card in hand. Take the... Oh, they're still deciding. So we don't have another Flage in here, no. Take a Flicker Wisp. Okay. And they don't cast the Flicker Wisp. Do they have another Philia in hand? Let's swing. Maybe they have the Aven Interrupter. Opponent is down to 2. Could go Shardless, they could flicker one of the Rhinos. Yeah, let's try this. Cascade, Crashing Footfalls. See if our opponent could deal with this. Pass the turn. They do attack. We could get the Solitude back. Don't think it's worth blocking here. We can take 5. Opponent has to deal with 4 creatures. Any of them is lethal. Unless they solitude their own overlord. Put another Flicker Wisp into their hand. Okay. Yeah, we would just let this happen. There's a Flicker Wisp. Are they flicking the Overlord or one of the Rhinos? Overlord, so they are gonna get a subtlety back. Okay. Subtlety, solitude back. Yep. Okay. Yep, solitude. They do have an ephemerate most likely. They also have a fatal push. Okay. Sure. Push one of the Rhinos. Okay. There's a solitude. Pitching a Flicker Wisp. Okay. And they exile a Rhino. We get 4 life here. Okay. What do we draw? Crashing Footfalls. We could swing and then cast Brotherhood's End. We do have to block. Let's do that. There they go. Okay. Brotherhood's End. Red, whatever. And suspend a Crashing Footfalls and pass. Opponent has 1 card in hand. Another Flicker Wisp, I believe. Because they took 2 of the Overlord, Bugger Trawler. They exiled 1 Flicker Wisp. They exile a Graveyard, okay. Flage is lethal. Leyline Binding. Yeah. It's okay, I guess. Should just let this happen. Should binding something more dangerous. We are gonna get our Rhinos down in 3 turns. Down to 14. Breeding Pool. Play that tapped. And pass. Philia, sure. Emperor of Bones. That's the most dangerous one. So we just deploy this Leyline Binding on the Emperor of Bones. Two more turns. They still have 1 card in hand. It's unfortunate. We take 5. What are they flickering? Blinking. They're Bugger Trawler, that's nice. So they only deal 2 to us. Perfect. Yep. It's fine by me. There's nothing to exile. Okay. Crashing Footfalls down to 1. What do we find? Shardless Agent. We should still have some Crashing Footfalls here. No, we don't. So we would just put this in play as a blocker. Oh, we still have another one. Interesting. Oh, right, the other one is in exile. Yep. Okay. Opponent will likely attack with Philia and flicker one of the Rhinos. Don't know. Would be kind of dumb though. Yep, they go after one of the Rhinos. I think we should just not block. Go down to 7. Might have a Solitude in hand. Do get a few more Rhinos. Lorien revealed. I think we should first draw. So we could possibly get a Leyline Binding for a Solitude that they flash in. Green, green. Red, white, green, blue. Probably this one. Draw 3 cards. Opponent is fetching. Down to 1. Are they casting a Solitude? Yes, they are. There's Solitude. We gain 4 life of the Rhino. Okay. Endurance. We could attack, our opponent has to block. Yeah, let's do that. They do gain 3 life, but they would otherwise anyway. Okay. We could endurance ourselves, so we get our Crashing Footfalls back. Opponent plays a land and does attack to flicker one of the Rhinos. Okay, we will block the Philia this time because we know they have nothing in hand. They cannot do anything. There goes the Philia. And can we still surveil? Probably not. We can. Thundering Falls. Looking for a Flage. Ardent Plea. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we will keep that. Okay. Now we will flash in the Endurance. Endurance. Green, green, blue. Target ourselves. So we get our Crashing Footfalls back into our deck. Then we will go Ardent Plea, blue, No, we could not have gone endurance anyway. Now we can cascade into more rhinos, and we have an ardent plea for our attacking rhino. They are surveilling and putting a flicker wisp in the yard. Okay. If only we had an answer to the bugger trawler. We will swing for 5. Opponent takes 2. No, it takes 4. Opponent is dead. Alright. This hand is interesting. We have 2 lands. We are on the play, but we are lacking blue and red for Fire Eyes, Brotherhood's End. So let's just maul this, fortunately. His hand is not that much better. But let's keep. We could suspend Crashing Footfalls turn 1. We need another red pip for Brotherhood's End, so let's fetch a Stomping Ground here. Stomping Ground, Crashing Footfalls, and pass. Cannot pitch anything to the subtlety, unfortunately. Let's open up this here. Four more turns to our Crashing Footfalls. Come down. Comes down. We're up against Hammer deck or something. I think we'll just play the Sacred Foundry tapped and pass. Next turn we might go Brotherhood's End, depending on what our opponent plays. They shock themselves again. They play an Ocelot Pride. No, they don't. Play a Collector's Cage. That's fine. So Brotherhood's End is pretty good now. This deck is a deck we've played as well. It's trying to cheat an Emrakul into play. Let's get rid of their creatures. We do have to shock in this Hallowed Fountain, unfortunately. And we will destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. We cannot pay. So they do get to draw. But that's fine. No more Collector's Cage. They did have an Ocelot in hand that they were planning on casting before, but they went with the Collector's Cage instead. So we know at least one of their cards. Okay, our opponent played an Ocelot Pride and a Memnite. Okay, we can go Shardless Agent or hold the Subtlety up. I think it might be more important to keep them off another creature. So let's just shock in the Steam Vents and then hold the Subtlety up. We do get 2 Rhinos next turn. There's an Esper Sentinel. We will Subtlety that. And we have a blocker for their 2 attackers. They likely won't attack. Okay. Next turn we will start hitting them with the Subtlety, and after that with our Rhinos. Opponent skips attacks. Play the Crashing Footfalls. Fire Ice is good. We will deploy that instead. So let's see. Opponent cannot block this. I think we'll just hit the creatures in their upkeep. Red. Red. Kill the creatures. And they concede. Alright. So we're up against a deck that's trying to cheat an Emrakul into play. I think the Clarion Conquerors are nice. Brotherhood's End is good. As we saw, Rough could be good. Then the Force of Figures deals with their artifacts. And then we will go down on the Subtleties. Force of Negations, good hit. One of those artifacts. We also have a Leyline Binding. Let's see. Maybe put 1 force back. Let's run it like this. So we have 3 Crashing Footfalls in hand. And a 1 lander. I think we have to maul this. This hand is better. We have a Force of Figure but no green card. We have our Leyline Binding. Let's put a Lorien Revealed back and keep this. Hopefully pick up a green card for Force of Figure. Opponent plays a Plains and an Esper Sentinel. It's a good play. Good first play. We find the Plains. I think we have to just get our Triome or Lush Portico. Probably the Lush Portico. There's a Guide of Souls, that's dangerous. Find their Windbrisk Heights. They exiled pretty quickly, so that could mean an Emrakul. They attack us for 1. I think I actually want to get our Triome instead. So we have access to red for a possible Fire Ice. Dead and gone. Should keep the number of creatures low. We do not find that. So let's play the Misty. See what our opponent does. They shock in a land. They cast a Warden. We will fetch. Shock in a Temple Garden, unfortunately. Cast our Leyline Binding. Target the Guide of Souls. We will pay for the Esper Sentinel. We don't want them to draw a card. And they have 1 less creature to activate Warden, but they likely have more creatures in their hand. Green card would be best for us to pick up next turn. Then we could force the Esper Sentinel. There's a White Orchid Phantom. That's unfortunate. They are going after the Triome, yep. So could get a mountain or a forest. I think we should get the forest for the Force of Vigor. Opponent could attack or activate Warden. Deactivate Warden, sure. It's probably the best play. Find a Brotherhood's End. Just don't have the red mana, unfortunately. So we will shock in. Let's see, we need red mana. We also need blue. So we need to shock in a Steam Vents. Cast the Ardent Plea. Could have an Emrakul next turn. No, we cannot pay. We'll get the Crashing Footfalls. We will pass. Maybe we should have set up for a Brotherhood's End next turn. Now they could Emrakul us. They likely do so. Let's see. We will block the Warden, of course, and the Esper Sentinel. Could have held a Leyline Binding. There's Emrakul. Let's see. Yep, alright, we will concede. So we can target the Emrakul with a Leyline Binding. I think on the play we don't really want to change anything, so let's just run it back. This hand is better. Let's keep. I think we're going to shock ourselves and then Island Cycle Lorien revealed. Or play a breeding pool tapped, maybe, because we don't know what we are about to draw. Based on that, we could go Lorien revealed. If we draw another land, we could possibly get a surveil land. Opponent casts an Esper Sentinel. Titan. So let's get a surveil land here. We have red. Pink. If we get the Triome, we could cast Flage. If we go with the Thundering Falls, we cannot cast Flage, so let's do it like this. Opponent might have a White Orchid Phantom again. And we would get a basic Plains. They shock in a land, there's the White Orchid Phantom. Okay. Yeah, we will get the Plains. Could also have gotten green for the Force of Vigor, but that's fine. Okay, now we will cast Flage. I think we are targeting the Esper Sentinel, even though we can hit it with our Force of Vigor. They could possibly draw. Yeah, so let's go after the White Orchid Phantom then. Alright. Pass. Next turn we could hardcast the Force of Vigor. Hopefully our opponent plays another artifact. Possibly an Urza Saga. They don't, okay. There's an Ajani. They do find a hideaway land. I think they attack us for one. Let's see what we draw. I think we want to Force of Vigor the Esper Sentinel. This is better. So let's shock this in. Cast the Brotherhood's End. Deal 3 to all of them, and we will pay for Esper Sentinel. And then we will pass. It's a nice 3 for 1. 1 for 3. There's another White Orchid Phantom. Going after our blue mana. Blue-red, we will get a mountain. Cannot cast Flage yet. Find another Windbrisk Heights. They cast an Ocelot Pride. Opponent is at 13 life. Find a lush portico. That's pretty good. Do we want to hold a force of figure up or just go shardless? Clarion Conqueror is good. Next turn we could Flage. Force of Figure we can cast either way, so... wait, we should tap differently. Green, blue, white. Cast the Crashing Footfalls. Yeah, I forgot we can pitch something to Force of Figure. Our opponent casts an Ajani. Alright. And another Ajani, okay. So they flip, they will likely plus Ajani. Now it's easy for us to block Ocelot Pride. Don't have to think about whether to flip, whether they are going to flip Ajani or not. They do attack, okay. That's a bit of a punt, but that's fine by me. So we will block the Ocelot Pride. Let's just double block in case they have a Solitude or some shenanigans somehow. Okay. So let's see. Find another land. Opponent says oops. I think we will just swing at Ajani, see what happens. If they block, Ajani dies. We will swing at them with Shardless. Could have shot one of the Cat Warrior tokens, but maybe they want to block instead. They don't, okay. So let's get our Flage out. White, white, red, red. Exile our graveyard. I think just want to shoot the White Orchid Phantom out of the sky and pass the turn. They concede. We are on the play. We are on the play. We have a one-lander here. We cannot really keep this, unfortunately. Two lands. I think we will bottom Crashing Footfalls and lead on the Thundering Falls. Ardent Plea. Yeah, let's keep that. Pass. Flooded Strand. Opponent chucks in a Temple Garden, suspends a Crashing Footfalls. Alright, this is gonna be interesting. Let's see. We will just get another fetch land, I guess. We don't have it, so let's just get a Xander's Lounge then. Still don't have all the colors. Opponent takes down Crashing Footfalls. We have a Force of Negation for it, so that's good. And let's see. Fire Ice. We will shock in the Hallowed Fountain. Cast a Shardless. We cannot cast a Shardless Agent, alright. I fetched all wrong. So we have to go Ardent Plea here, unfortunately. Opponent might have a Force of Negation of their own. They don't, alright. We will pass. So we don't have access to green for Shardless. Opponent is fetching. Probably gets their Triome. They don't, they Surveil instead. They bin a Crashing Footfalls, so there's 2 left in their deck. Go for an island. They downtick their suspended Crashing Footfalls. Play their island and they go Shardless Agent. They get a Crashing Footfalls. We will Force of Negation that. Pitching a Shardless Agent. Opponent concedes, alright. So we're up against a mirror match here. Probably want the Mystical Disputes. Force of Vigors could be good against both Shardless and Ardent Plea. We will go down on the Brotherhood's end. Probably the Subtleties. Just board in 2 Endurances. Just run it like this. Yeah, let's keep. Depending on what we draw, we could lead on the Triome or the Thundering Falls. Opponent plays a Misty Rainforest and fetches a Temple Garden. Suspends a Crashing Footfalls. So ideally we find a Force of Negation here. That's not a Force of Negation. Let's try to Surveil into one. Flooded Strand, let's bin that and pass. Opponent downticks a Crashing Footfalls. I think we have to go ice next turn to avoid them casting a shardless agent or ardent plea. Shock in a steam fence, so they're gonna do the same to us, unfortunately. Endurance. They don't. We could shock in the temple garden, but they could fire ice. Or land. No, let's shock it in, see what happens. They don't, alright. Let's tap their blue mana. Did I select the right thing here? Tap, blue, pay for it. Not sure why they shocked in the steam fence. They mystical dispute it, alright, that's good. We won't pay for it, of course. Either way, it's stopping them from cascading into another Crashing Footfalls this turn. Or into a Crashing Footfalls this turn. Alright. Dead and gone. I think we will start cascading. We have all our colors. We do need green for endurance. Let's play Get a Forest, go shardless. See whether this resolves. Yep. Opponent has 3 cards in hand. Opponent is fetching. And gets their Triumph out. Possibly has a Leyline Binding in hand. Yep. That's fine. One of our Rhinos is gone. There's their shardless agent. Okay. So they get 2 Rhinos of their own. Let's see. We could tap one. We could get rid of the shardless agent. Let's attack and see what happens. Just swing with 1. Ah, we should have cast the Ardent Plea. That's a punt. That is a major punt. Should have cast the Ardent Plea. Yep. Opponent is blocking, double blocking, alright. Yeah, we will let this happen. Could get rid of another one actually. Let's just get rid of one of them here. No, we cannot. No, we will Ardent Plea. Yep, that was a punt. We should have cast the Ardent Plea, so it would be a 5/5 Trampler. Wouldn't have made much of a difference if they would have double blocked, but still. Okay. There they go. see what they do. 3 cards left in hand. Have an ardent plea of their own, alright. Sure. They attack. Will be a 5/5, fortunately. We will block like that, or just block with everything, why not? So they lose their Rhino token, we lose one of them. Find a land, okay. So we could swing and get rid of one of them. Then we have an endurance to get rid of another one. If a dead end gone. Could also ice one. Let's first swing, see what happens. Okay. We will kill a Rhino. Okay. Let's see, so they are going to attack with all their Rhinos. We could block one with Shardless, then dead, cast dead on one of them. We could flash in an endurance, block one and then cast another dead. Okay. We could also tap one with ice and bounce one. No, let's see. Opponent could have a Force of Negation in hand. They swing with all of them, of course. They even swing with Shardless Agent. Okay, so we will flash in an endurance here. Let me fetch first. Let's see, get a basic plane, so we have all colors for Flage. Cast endurance. Probably not targeting anything. Opponent is fetching. Not sure why. Subtlety, okay. Let's keep that on top then. Then we will block one of the Rhinos. And then cast dead on the same Rhino. We will also kill the Shardless Agent. So we're down to 4, 6, we're down to 6, alright. Let's see. I think we'll just flash in the endurance now. We will tap one of the rhinos. Could only attack with the subtlety. Let's see. Let's tap one of the rhinos. Draw. Find a lush portico, right? They swing with both, so we will block the subtlety. Opponent has one card in hand. We're down to 2. Flage would be nice. Let's see. It's a flooded strand. It's nothing. Lush. Mystical dispute. Nope, we're dead. Alright. Let's see. Subtlety might be good, actually. Let's go down endurances, force of figures, submit. We are on the play. This hand is good, let's keep. Suspend the Crashing Footfalls. Don't have Leyland Binding up, but we will soon. Maybe we should have fetched. No, it wouldn't have worked. We need to fetch our Triome here. Okay. Opponent plays a Misty and passes, alright. Forest. We'll play our Lush Portico. Lorien revealed. Don't think we want that. Although we could pitch it to Force of Negation. So maybe we should have kept it actually. But alright. Opponent is surveilling most likely. Yep. Keeps the card on top, okay. 3 more turns until Crashing Footfalls is online. They shock in a hallowed fountain. Okay. They ice something. That's fine. It allows us to get our Triome out. Another force is good. Shock in a Steam Fence. There's Ardent Plea. They cast the Footfalls. We will force this. Exiling Force, I guess. Could go with Ardent Plea. I think Force is better because we want to go Ardent Plea next turn. Okay. We will get the Triome, so we have Domain. Good binding the Ardent Plea, but I'd rather use that on a Rhino. Subtlety, okay. Could also hold back, just have subtlety up. If they ardent plea again, however. Now let's go ardent plea. Blue, white. Yep, Crashing Footfalls. It resolves, alright, pass. Opponent plays a Misty, there's an ardent plea. Okay, they find a Crashing Footfalls, sure. They fetch. Get a basic forest to suspend the Crashing Footfalls, okay. We will get our Crashing Footfalls. What do we draw here? Steam Vents. We will binding one of the Rhinos. Probably get in for 8, since I don't think our opponent will block. They do block, alright. Shock in the Steam Vents. Pass. Opponent is dead next turn if they don't do anything about the Rhinos. Still have 4 cards in hand. Might flash in a subtlety or something. We find a land, okay. Swing. See what happens. Opponent scoops it up, alright. We are on the play. We have 5 lands. Crashing Footfalls and Brazen Borrower. YOLO, let's keep. Opponent is down to 6 cards. So we'll shock in the Temple Garden, suspend the Crashing Footfalls, and pass. Opponent is fetching. Shocks in a Sacred Foundry. Passes the turn, okay. Guess we will play an Arid Mesa and pass. Opponent plays a Marsh Flats. Fetches. Shocks in the Sacred Foundry. Down to 14. Ajani. Alright. Sure. We will get our triome, so we have domain. Downtick Crashing Footfalls. Let's suspend another one. Oops. Play Flooded Strand and pass. Could have Island Cycle, Lorien revealed, but I might want to cast it to draw 3 cards. There's a Voice of Victory. Okay, opponent is casting the Voice of Victory. Okay, sure. Opponent hits us. We could have bounced with Brazen Borrower, but it's okay. Let's get a Thundering Fall, so we have double blue. Shardless is good. Let's cast Shardless. Blue, green, blue. Cascade into Rhinos. Play a fetch land and pass. Opponent is discharging the Shardless Agent, okay. Three cards left in hand. Opponent attacks. We will block the Voice of Victory. By the way, we should have bounced the Cat or Ajani before Voice came down. I think we should just double block Voice here, just to get rid of it. We don't want to block the Cat, and we can take 2 of the 1/1s. If they discharge one of the Rhinos, we just kill Voice of Victory. There's a Static Prison, alright. Targeting one of our Rhinos. There's a Pride, okay. They have to sacrifice their Voice of Victory tokens. We will fetch and surveil. Maybe surveil an Ajani into the yard. Let's get a Lush Portico. Ardent Plea. That will be our last Rhinos. Sounds good. Let's go with it. Yep, cast the Rhinos. I think we will shock the steam fence in. Cast Ardent Plea, white, blue. Blue, Cascade. Our last Rhinos, swing for 5. And we could bounce the Ajani or Pride. Let's see what our opponent does. Might take 5. They do block with the Pride. Okay. We will deal 1. Pride is dead. They flip Ajani. Could just wait until we bounce, since they cannot activate it right now. So in their draw step, we will bounce Ajani. And then see what our opponent does. Opponent plays a Plains. Could be dead next turn. They are swinging, okay. We will just block with everything, in case our opponent pulls any tricks. Could have a Flage in hand. One of their cards is an Ajani. Don't want to take any more damage against energy. Cat Warrior token is dead. There's a Flage. Comes down next turn, but they are dead. Alright. Opponent scoops it up. Alright. So we're up against energy. Clarion Conqueror might be nice. Some endurances. Brotherhood's End and another Rough and Tumble. I think I wanna go down on the Force of Negations. Oh, we need this Ardent Plea. Maybe not boarding the Clarion Conquerors actually. Go down some Fire and Ice on the draw. One more Endurance. Submit. This is a one-lander. Do have 2 Cascaders. Let's keep. We're on the draw. We have a Lorien revealed. Can suspend the Crashing Footfalls turn 1. Opponent plays a mountain and a Ragavan. It's unfortunate. Find another Cascader. We do have to fetch and shock here. We might die soon. Get a Temple Garden. Suspend. Pass. Arena of Glory, no white mana, that's good. Now they create a treasure token though. Could cast a Seasoned Pyromancer. They exile a Flooded Strand, that's what we needed. There's a Johnny, okay. Let's see. No land. We have to island cycle this. Could get the Triome, but I'd rather surveil. So get the Thundering Falls. That's a dead and gone. Yeah. Ragavan could have that. We will likely play rough next turn. Opponent shocks in a Sacred Foundry. Maybe has a Flage. We get hit for 5, go down to 10. There's Dead and Gone. Three cards left in our opponent's hand. They just passed the turn. Why did they shock in the Sacred Foundry? No idea. Plains is good. So we could Flage as well. Even go Ardent Plea. I think I just want to wipe the board here. Cast Rough. And pass. Next turn we could start cascading. Could also go Flage. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. Plays an Arid Mesa. Passes the turn, alright, that's good news. We find a land as well. Let's go Ardent Plea. Get 2 Rhinos. And then we will pass. Opponent didn't even fetch end of turn. There's a Voice of Victory. They use the treasure token for that. That's interesting. They don't haste it. There's a Static Prison, okay. Guess our opponent is trying to preserve their life total. What do they target? A Rhino, okay. They fetch now down to 17. And they shock in a Sacred Foundry. And then they pass. Okay. We will fetch. As much as I'd like to surveil, we need a red source here. Let's just get the triome, so we also have domain. We get 2 more rhinos. We draw another land. We could flage the voice. Maybe they block, let's see. They do not block, go down to 10, okay. We will flage them. White, red, red. Hit the voice of victory. Gain 3 life. Play the Arid Mesa and pass. Opponent quits the match. Alright. Recording. We are on the play. We do have our Cascader. We have a Force of Negation and a Subtlety. Yeah, let's keep. Opponent is down to 6 cards. We will play the Steam Fence tapped and pass. Opponent shocks in a Sacred Foundry. Casts a Ragavan. We could subtlety it, but they might put it on top and just dash it next turn, so same outcome. Let's play the Temple Garden tapped. We have all the colors for Ardent Plea. Opponent is swinging with Ragavan. What do they find? Fire Ice, okay. We're up against energy, most likely. Boros energy. Opponent was reading Fire Ice. They are casting a Guide of Souls, sure, that's fine. They fetch. And shock down to 15. They pass the turn. Alright. Find a Leyline Binding. Think we just want to shock in the Sacred Foundry. Cast our Ardent Plea. white, blue, red. So you have 2 4/4 Rhino tokens with trample. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. They swing with the Ragavan. Okay. That's good. We will double block. Just in case they remove one of our Rhinos. Okay. That was Ragavan. There's a Flage. I think we will subtlety this. Just to avoid our opponent gaining life and energy. If they don't fetch, if they put Flage on top, they cannot fetch unless they want to get rid of Flage. Okay, they do top Flage. We will just swing for 8. Our opponent does not block, okay. Let's play a fetch land to get our Triome and just pass. Opponent draws a Flage. And they concede, alright. I think I want the Endurances, Brotherhood's End, the Rough Tumble, go down on the Force of Negations, and 2 subtleties, and submit. This guy's a beginner or something, it's really funny.
Oh, yeah.
Making some mistakes. Just descent is okay, let's keep. If we draw another land, we would get our Triome turn 1. We do. Just play out the Misty and pass. Opponent forgot to fetch. Play an Elegant Parlor. And surveil a Guide of Souls into the yard, okay. So do they have a Guide of Souls already? Just pass the turn, okay. Let's get our Xander's Lounge. Yeah, I do want Domain. Brotherhood's End is good. Good ice or fire. Let's just play the mountain and go to their turn. We will ice their parlor and draw a card. Okay. Opponent shocks in a Sacred Foundry. Fetches. Shocks in another Sacred Foundry. And then passes the turn, okay. I think we will go shardless here. Can afford to take 3. Let's get the Temple Garden so we have all our colors and we can cast shardless. Red, green, blue. Cascade into Crashing Footfalls, alright, and pass the turn. Opponent plays a Wind-Swept Heat. Has a Static Prison, okay. Targets one of the Rhinos, okay. Here's a Thraben Charm. Not sure what that does. To us. Could exile our graveyard, but they choose. Okay, they don't. Alright. There's a Johnny. Sure. We could subtlety it. No, let's just let this happen. Sure. We will just swing, see what our opponent does. They block the shardless agent, sure. We will deal 2 to Ajani. Opponent takes 4 of the Rhino. Opponent is fetching. And surveils. They surveil an Arid Mesa into the yard, okay. We will fetch. We need a green source. We need another white source. Don't really have that, I think. We have a stomping ground. We have a lush portico. Do want to put more power into play. So let's shock in the stomping ground. Go shardless. Green, green, blue. Get 2 more Rhinos. We could subtlety a Flage or something else. Opponent scoops it up. We are on the play. We have a Breeding Pool of Plains. We have a Force of Negation. Let's shock in the Breeding Pool and Island Cycle maybe. I think we could keep this. Let's just play the plains and pass. Opponent plays a Soaken Sun and a Swift Spear, okay. Hits us for 1, we will Island Cycle here. What should we get? We need red, so let's get a Steam Fence. We also need blue, by the way. Find a Stomping Ground, okay. I think we will shock in the Steam Vents and deal 2 to the Swift Spear. Sounds good. Could have a Mutagenic Growth. That saves us 3 life. Possibly more. We could also use Ice on the Swift Spear, but that only buys us a turn, so Eidolon. Okay. Should let this happen. Another dead. Let's cast the dead. We won't take damage. So, oh, we do. Alright. We will soar up against Burn. We could shock in the Breeding Pool and cast an Ice. We could also play the Breeding Pool tapped. I think we want to preserve our life here, so let's just play a Breeding Pool tapped. We could force one of their spells. There's Lava Spike. That would possibly turn on another spell, so let's just force that. There's another Lava Spike, okay, we're down to 12. Find a Subtlety. I think I'd rather put some more power in play. So we will go Ardent Plea, cast the Rhinos, play our Stomping Ground tapped and pass. Opponent has a Barbarian Ring, hits us for 3, skewers us again, we're down to 3. We have 1 card left in hand. Could be dead here. Do have a Force of Negation, that's good. We will swing for 8. We can sort of soft counter a creature with Subtlety or a spell with Force. Opponent is dead next turn. They shock in a Sacred Foundry, okay. Boros Charm. We will Force of Negation that by just paying for it. Blue, blue, white. That's game. Alright. Burn. I think the Brotherhood's End should come out. Maybe get 2 Endurances. So Mystical Disputes could be something. Fire and Ice and a Dead and Gone deals with their creatures. Leyline Binding does too. Maybe don't go with the Endurances, but just the Mystical Disputes. Okay. Let's keep this hand. Not super great. Opponent fetches and shocks and deals 3 to us. Okay. Find a brazen borrower. We will surveil. Not surveil, we will get our Tryon. There's an Eidolon. Yep. We can deal with that. So we will get our Tryon. We have to shock in the Temple Garden. Take 2. Well, we have a binding for Eidolon, so that's good. Let's first see. Okay, they deal 2 to themselves. That's good. Are they going to combat? They are. Sure. Let's see. They do have to play something. We will get our Leyline Binding out. Target Eidolon. Opponent bolts us, and we will cast Dead on the Swift Spear. Do need another land here. Down to 11. That's another land. Could just get a Plains, I guess. Cast an Ardent Plea. Down to 10. Let's see. Mountain or Plains. Plains. Ardent Plea. Get some Rhinos going and pass. Opponent deals 2 to themselves if they tap the Sunbaked Canyons. They do have a Boros Charm in hand. There it is. Okay. Opponent down to 12. We're down to 6. There's a bolt. Down to 3. Find the Lorien revealed. I think we will just attack for 8. I think we have to island cycle here. Get a surveil land. But we're likely dead. Subtlety, no, we don't want that. So we have a Leyline Binding and Brazen Borrower. Opponent has 2 cards. Yep, we're dead. Okay. Don't really want to board differently. So let's just submit. Okay, we have Cascaders. We have a Leyline Binding. Let's keep. This might be too slow, but we'll see. We'll lead on the Sanders Lounge and pass. There's a Goblin Guide. Take 2. Draw Mystical Dispute. So we could binding the Goblin Guide. I think I'd rather surveil. forest. Yeah, I think we need to take that. So we avoid dealing 2 to ourselves with our shock lance. And we put it in our hand with Goblin Guide actually. Yep, we take 2, down to 16. There's a lava spike. And a skewer the critics. Okay. Flage would be nice. Nope. Let's go shardless. We might be dead already though. We can block the Goblin Guide. We can block a Swift Spear. Opponent has 5 cards left in hand. 3 mana. 4 cards. There's a Boros Charm. Down to 6. Opponent passes. I think we will just swing with the Rhinos. Let's see whether our opponent blocks. They do, alright. We will deal 2 to the Goblin Guide. Opponent is down to 12. Kinda wanna hold Mystical Dispute up. Leyline Binding is also nice. Could also suspend the Footfalls, but that's likely too slow. I think we'll just play our Arid Mesa and pass. Opponent likely has instant speed damage. Let's play the Thundering Falls. We don't want another fetch land, so we will bin that. Find a mountain. We will swing for 10. There's a Deflecting Palm. We will cast our Mystical Dispute. Blue, green, blue. Opponent down to 1. Cannot fetch. Play the, let's see, Hallowed Fountain tapped. And pass. Could still kill us. They cracked the Sunbay Canyon, okay. No more white mana. And they cracked